So let's get this link posted everywhere. Facebook. Okay, I should be able to close this out. Keep that up there. There we go. Hey-o. Okay. Today's going to be fun. To finish up pretty much as much of their car as I can get done today. So tomorrow I'm starting ordering brickling pieces. Kind of trying to decide how to go about this, because I do need to. So I need to finish up the bottom here. Maybe that should be a good starting point. Let me grab one of my drawings that I've had. Looks like there's 2 studs here in the room. The chassis is actually flexing a lot. Slowly starting to realize just how much. So that should be. Would that be 2 full studs off the ground or just 1? Nope, 2 all the way around. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and add a bunch of this here just to kind of show where the chassis needs to be. And then I can work on fixing up some structural issues. Or maybe I should just leave these on for the convention. Stick a couple of caster wheels on the bottom and just say, hey, yeah, it totally works. No. So that's about what the car should be like. Also notice that the diffusers. Climb on something here. There we go. Or the splitter. Keep calling it the diffuser. Diffuser is at the back. Ugh, okay. So today I have to figure out how all this is going to play out. So here's the manual. Draw that in here. Oh, the tire goes out to 4, 5, 6, 7. And the rear 3 are connected by that little thing. That's the middle of the tire. If we go 2 studs in front of that, a couple studs down. Right there, right? This would be, actually starts way back here. This little panel. And that's 7 studs long, yep. Right here is our mounting point. Curves, so we have something that looks like that. Can't really see, sorry about that. I'm just show you my crazy side view here. I've had, so this started out with me designing the chassis. You can see one of these double bent L beams here. That's one of the main chassis points in there. That's what I started out with. Also positioning wheels, did some work on the rear end here, planning the roof line, the doors, everything's, a lot of stuff has gone on here. And then up here also I was designing the wing shape. A lot going on in this drawing. But here's, actually I should redraw that because I did move this back one. Pretty sure, right? Because that's our little L beam. And 3, 4, 5. So there's a 4 stud gap. The 7L beam go all the way across here. And that's where this thing starts now. So I will go ahead and erase a lot of this. That and 7. So here we go. Okay. Now that I kind of have an idea of where that is, and maybe I can draw in, yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to draw in these pieces. So there's this thing here. And that does look a little high for the black line that goes all the way around the car. So I'm going to take a look at some pictures. Here we go. New window. Open up the Lego model scaler. I'm pretty sure this is 38.25. Nope, 38.25. So in which case this would be, yeah, it's about right. Looks like we have quite a couple of people joining us today. At least there were for a little bit. Take a look at Google Images. And so that's a consistent height all the way around. So it looks like a couple of these pieces need to be white. Cool. That's about as much as I can say there. White pieces. Oh yeah, I took out all of my white beams, and this is what I have left. In terms of white beams, I found 2 white 5L beams, and that's all I have for white pieces. All right, so this looks like it has to change colors. I do still have, I have a bunch of half white 2L half beams. I have a bunch of those from a parts draft I did. So this little black piece here that you guys can see towards the back, That actually isn't supposed to be black. It's got to be white. The one below that, I think I can have that. Yeah, that's where the black stripe kind of goes to. And the way that I've designed this, I think I might be ordering some more black pieces. Or some more wing pieces, I was going to say. Shape's coming up really nicely. Yeah, thank you. The only reason I can really build this fast is because I tend to make a lot of compromises, which not a lot of people are too happy with sometimes. So do keep in mind this model is very far from perfect. Yeah, there's a lot that could be improved here. And I'm going to try to do as much as I can to band-aid the situation, because right now the model is actually sitting up on a couple of these, stuck these to some of the frame on the bottom so that the model could sit at the proper height, and then I could kind of band-aid the chassis from there. I think since there's quite a bit of room in here by the door, so I should be able to just run a bunch of chassis members through here and kind of tie it all together that way. Hopefully that'll work. Oof. But yeah, you can. This is all sitting on some Technic pieces right now. Let me just make the same change on the other side here. Okay, so that white line kind of continues all the way back up there, and that should be level. The black line starts, it goes all the way around, or it might be a little high up. Starts at 8.5. Take a look at the rear. I think that'll look okay. Try to just leave it the way it is. And then, yeah, there's going to be a little white piece here. As soon as I order some. But okay, today's focus is going to be this area of the car. I think that's actually a fairly good camera angle to keep it at. I'm going to kind of go back to drawing for a little bit. So we've got this these two half plates or half beams here. And this is kind of the outline of the door here. Really had to make that super dark so I can distinguish it from all the other sketches in there. So this is black here. My pencil also dull. There we go. That's black here, going all the way up to here. Let me see how far that intake actually goes back, because it doesn't go back all the way. So it actually only goes up to about here, and that's at the black stripe. So it does kind of sweep forward like that, I think. Just make sure that I'm making an accurate assumption. Yeah. Kind of get this. Yeah, this continues up. Have a black stripe go across here. And all that area right there. This area here needs to be shaded black. Or not necessarily shaded, but it needs to be, you need to use black pieces for all that. And just figuring out which piece is going to be the best piece to use is going to be a difficult task. So this is, let's see, six studs there. Probably use these. I really don't like this joining part right here. Hard to see, but I really just don't like this fact that this sticks out and it's going to be visible from the side of the bodywork. Really, the most important part is that we have indent here. As long as that's there, should be okay. And I think I will end up putting another wing piece right here. Find a place to snatch a wing piece from. Maybe not there. Well, that is the right side of the wing piece that I need. Where to grab a wing piece from? Maybe over here. I never did secure that one. So stick that right there, maybe even further up. And that'll just kind of act as the body work and it'll help kind of get this little curve that's going across here a bit more pronounced. So I'm not sure if I want to have it all the way up here or if I want to take this back a step. I'm taking it back a little bit. It's going to work out better. So then fill in the little gap here with a piece I don't have, of course. Could just do this. No. Just use another yellow piece for now. That gap in. This is going to be tightened up in there eventually. There might be a quick and easy way to do this. But I'll kind of focus more on that front half later. It's right here. That'll go right behind it. And I will probably stick maybe a 5 or 7 on here so that I can have a bit more black right behind this piece. And this is, that's right, this is all attached. Then again, it does break off at that little white or the black stripe goes with the top of the back part when it lifts up. Just double check on a picture, but I'm pretty sure that's how it opens up. Picture's very small. Yep, definitely does. Okay. The chat. Here. Or should I kind of stay back a little bit? All the way up against that or further back? Let's see, right now we have, is that really how low that is? It's going all the way up until this part. Right, because I think this is actually higher up. Yeah, that's right. So this is actually a little bit higher up than the front of it, so that's why all my measurements are a little bit off. Because the top of that is right below, so I have to move all these little tiny sketches up. So this will be right here. Those three connected, and this was up here. That's our little connection hole. And from here, we've got two half beams. So that does need to be white too, this piece. And of course I don't have any, so I'll have to make do with some yellow ones. You guys up. No way. Am I out of yellow? Yep, I'm out of yellow beams. So green it is. Got every single piece that I need. I mean, it's at this point that we start to get the yeah, that's where the black strip comes into. That'll go right. This is all sorts of black. This is, yeah, of course I redrew everything and it's all wrong. Welcome to the stream. Using. This did. Okay, I see. That makes sense. So this is actually right here. This is right here. This wing piece does go up here. And yeah, we've got this 5L beam here. Okay, that makes sense. Somewhat. And then yeah, right after this 5LB or this this wing piece, we start to get the actual black stripe. So I don't know if I want to go all the way out to here. if I just want to keep it back. Half stud would be great, but I can't really do that. I could. But would it be worth the hassle just to get a half stud offset on one piece? It doesn't really seem worth it. And this is supposed to be, I think, half a stud wide, or half a stud thick. And that's supposed to be attached to the top anyways. Now, let me see with the model scale there, where that goes up to. Clear all these. That's 1.5. That's closer to 2. So I could do something like a 1.5 stud stripe. Right there. I guess probably can't really see from those boxes. And can't really see much anyways. So something that also has been bugging me is I can't just like lift this up and keep it there. So I should really add something in there. First thing I need to do is lower this. So that doesn't break off. Definitely should add some kind of stopping mechanism here. But for now, I think this little blue beam would do just fine. Right now, I'm actually working on the space right under the rear bumper. So where this door would end, kind of all in here. Right under there. Rear bumper is mostly done. Just has a couple of, like I have to do the quarter panels. Just the very edges here behind the wheel. And then, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to do on the rear bumper. This is pretty much what the Koenigsegg is going to look like for the rest of the day. I'm probably going to keep the rear up for quite a lot of it. And in there. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Just making sure I have a sturdy way of keeping this up. All right, so there's that. Open the door all the way. And this is why drawings are important. Here's our battery box. And the motor's right behind it. Yeah, all the way down to the same level. Right. Yeah, it looks about right. That's where our battery box is. And then this is going to go right here. little piece up. If I wanted to just run something straight out of this double bent L beam that's back here. It's kind of hard to see, but basically this white piece goes down, connects to a double bent L. I can actually run something right out of there, all the way out here. And that does help me out in more ways than one. Strengthen up the chassis. So I do need to run some beams going all the way across. Difficult to figure out where to even run anything at this point. That could have been a place I strengthen things up. Yeah, definitely do something down there, but I have to take apart half the interior. About 27 studs wide, and at that point, 9 minus 20, or 27 minus 9 is 18. 18 divided by 2 is 9. Move the battery box one stud forward to use the external holes to mount a beam. No, I can't move the battery boxes forward. They would run into the double bent L beam. Yeah. Boxes are sitting right here. If I moved them forward, they'd run into the bent part. So this is where that's supposed to go. Let's just kind of mock it up. And when I close the door, those two should line up. And then this will, of course, be resting on something. I still need to make this bottom part so that the door can actually rest on something rather than just flopping down like that. So I'm just going to keep this open for now so I can see what I'm doing. Probably could run a 15 stud beam all the way across there. Can also probably use the battery box as structural support. Do you have many 5x11? Yeah, I do. They just don't work in a lot of these situations. A whole bag of them. Gray, quite a couple in white, 5 of each of black and red probably. And there isn't, if you're thinking about me remaking the door, there isn't a good way for me to remake the door with panels. I couldn't even use one of these 3x11 panels here because I need this axle hole to be right there. The door to support it. Oh, so you're thinking maybe stick one kind of like as a floorboard? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, I could do that. yeah, there's really no problem with me doing that. Just so there's actually gonna be 2 studs of space underneath the door. So to do like a 11 maybe, because 5x11 would probably run into the seat that's in here. There isn't much of a seat right now because I've taken off a lot of the wing panels, but yeah, I'd probably run into the seat if I did a 5x11. Could actually mount up to the seat maybe. No, I wouldn't run into it at all. So yeah, I could do that and maybe run something up. Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, let me just go grab my bag of 5x11s. Here's my bag. I got a couple inches. Take one of these there. And then could do one in white so that I can actually have this part of it all the way exposed, but I could also just have this axle awareness at the end and have that other beam running up here. The other thing is I need to support this somehow. In which case I'd much rather just use 5x11 frames rather than the panels, because I do still have a couple of these left. So you just stick a frame piece here. And it'll also give me a lot of mounting holes too. Structural support here. It's actually a pretty good way for me to add some. Ooh. I actually might redo this door mechanism in a bit. Make it a little bit sturdier, have fewer gears. Yeah. Let me see. We'll run a structural beam here. Maybe. I have to figure out a really good way to mount these if I wanted to use them in this way. Well, importantly, though, I need to figure out how I'm going to support these out here. If I can undo the steering shaft. Maybe I'll take the roof off for now. What does the underside of the car look like? Ugh. Like, we can see a little better. Just a lot of stuff that's kind of hard to see. There we go. Like right now. It's a bunch of frame pieces running down the middle. Not too much structural support there. There's a bunch of just stuff going on in the back, a bunch of stuff going on in the front. Not too much in the middle. I'm going to see if I can pull the steering shaft out. Require me to bend some. Ugh. Doing this. There we go. These two right here, I want to replace. So these two. Doing a quick little 5x7 frame. I have one in there, one in here. I've got two 5x7 frames left. You think of run, that's kind of where the footwell would be. Maybe those kind of two main beams. Yeah. Okay, do that. And really want to get a 5 by or a 15L beam going right across the back here, so I can build off of that higher up. Because the main problem that's happening right now is not that this bottom, well, the bottom part is going to bend anyways, but if you have like a big flat sheet of beams, it's going to bend regardless of how many beams you add this way. So if you add thickness, that's what will add a lot more rigidity. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Just going to pull that out. All right. Oh, that's right. There aren't even connecting points there. Okay. I've got other places to connect this to, I think. And I think I might just use this little point that I have here. So how high up is that? It's still 3 up. Yeah, I might just use that. What I'll do is use one of the new here. That'll be a pain to connect anything to, though. Yeah, and I'm going to have to take these seats out for this. Maybe I won't use those beams or those axles. Right? Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm really just right now, I'm just trying to connect to every single possible thing that I can. As much strength as possible. Yeah, I should pull out this other seat too. I also have to make sure that I don't forget. Oop, just broke the exhaust. Where did that piece go? There it is. So these go with the seats. Okay, now it would be connected to these pieces. That should add some strength to that. So at least that part. And then off of here I can build whatever I need to build off of there. This is, that's that side. Let's not forget this number 1 connector. Well, I could stick number 2 here. Just to add more connection points. There it is. Okay. That fits. No interferences yet. All right, cool. And let's put those other 2 gray pieces. So kind of hard to see for the people who are joining, but I'm just adding a lot of structural frame pieces back in here. Pretty excited about the car, I guess. So yeah, I already mounted all those. Did all that fun stuff. Still also have to remount this pneumatic switch in here and replumb that up. Pressurize the suspension. All right, so I just have to stick this through here. And there we go. Okay, now I just have to bend the chassis again so I can connect the steering. There we go. cabin actually looks just a little bit better. All right, so now I have more mounting points, which really what I need to do is run some beams right here, or at least a beam, at least one. So that's one way I could do it. I'm trying to help you guys see a little bit more of the model or what I'm doing. Removing the door. Oh no, it's all over now. Oh, there you go. Okay, moving the door. I'm going to rotate this way. You can maybe see what I'm doing. Maybe not. But out, way out of the way. Okay, so I'm going to be running this beam right here. This is very floppy right now. It's going to be connected on the other side. I think one of the only ways I'm going to be able to connect this here. Work. Add a bunch of connection points everywhere. This will probably, I already tell this is probably going to end up running longer. So I'm going to sticking one of those right there. So I have a little beam that runs across the side here. I can connect stuff to it. And that is actually going to be the bottom of our door right there. So what I could do is I could probably just stick one of these here wherever the door ends, and then drop a piece down if I had anything left. Or I could kind of go with what I was going to do earlier and run some of these across here. What if I did something like that? But stick a frame piece right there. Well, we got frame pieces to use, might as well use them. I do need to see if there's a way I can strengthen this. Because right now this is just part there. This would be right there. Kind of see what the clearance is like there. Take this door, stick it in the vertical position. Do I still have room? Yeah, I've got a lot of room there. Okay. So there are a couple ways for me to improve this bit right here. So that's one way to kind of add a little bit of structural support there. This wouldn't be too sturdy just by itself. Could work. And kind of hard to see. Okay, so I actually have a couple mounting spots there. Pencil. There we go. There it is. So in here, I've got this, I've got that. When it gets attached, so the circles are going to line up right with that circle. Right. Yeah. And 3 studs apart. Oh. Might have to bend a couple pieces. Not extremely bend, but just kind of stress them in. I could take apart half the model and or take apart the seats again and all that assembly, but I just want to get this done all in one go. So just a little bit of there. Nope, wrong one. Wrong one. The other thing is yeah, there's a way to do this properly. That one that needs that. So I attach all this first. That would go right there. So there's really no good spot for that to mount up to. But I could make something work. So I did kind of add that in there. Yeah. Okay. More support. We'll go right in there. Actually, I should use another one of these. I'm going to attach this bit here. Come on. This attached so well and so nice and easy last time. That's pretty solid there. Add just a bit more support from, just had the piece. Come on, really? So this would go here. I want to replace this with something other than just one because it just barely hits that first hole. There's too much space for me to do anything on the other side there either, to be fair. And this would be connected right here. Eventually. Kind of making some progress here, slowly. I want to remove this to see how much space I have. Of course, breaking off part of the wing again. Go ahead and turn one of the battery boxes on so I can see how much space. So anything past that point is threading. All right. Should get some work done here. Oh, that's why. This wheel keeps coming off, and so does the other side. So I might just secure them for now with some of these. That's not doing much. Just kind of keep the wheels on there. It does kind of curve around, right? Let's take a look. Yeah, it does curve around. So something like this be fine. We're using a 9, maybe even just a 7. Just know I should probably start copying this whole part so that I can recopy it over to the other side. Yeah, that'll be useful. That's right there. I did 9. I should definitely do 7. Well, there we go. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and mirror this on the other side so I'm not getting too ahead of myself. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. Probably open up the chat window so I can see what's going on. Not much. Cool. You do this. These. Number 2 connector. Could definitely use that part to connect. Yeah. Looks like I found a spot to mount this pneumatic switch while I was at it. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I hope it'll be good. And then go on the other side. Going like that. Rotate this. nice if I could remove this battery box for a second. Fast forward a little bit. Yeah. This should come out with that. Is that potentially something else? Okay. Where's the battery box? Put this in. I really should switch which side this filler hose connects to. Okay. Sorry again, you guys can't really see too much of what's going on. Basically, I'm just hooking up, kind of see it from there. So a pneumatic switch, and that's just going to be used to pressurize this big, long pneumatic cylinder at the top. Pull some of this hose through, or we can just put it in there. Okay, so there's that. This little bit's here. Also need to connect this over here. And stick the battery box back in before I get you carried away. You have to no, can do that. What does a pneumatic cylinder do besides support the rear axle? So if you research Koenigsegg's triplex suspension, basically what it does is, in a sense, support the rear axle. And why you want that in a real car is so that when, let's say, so under hard acceleration, the car will squat down on the back, and if you squat too much, you bottom out and you have unfavorable handling. What this top shock absorber does is it prevents squat under acceleration. It also counteracts a little bit of the sway bar motion. So in corners, if one wheel lifts up, I'll make sure the other wheel lifts up, but this will also, this triplex beam will try to push that wheel down. It's a lot of really funky tuning that goes on to kind of make that work really well. At the end of the day, what happens is under hard acceleration, the car pretty much stays completely flat, doesn't squat at all on the rear. So you still have good traction on the rear wheels. You have good handling. Your shock absorbers still work. They're not completely bottomed out. Yeah, it's just pretty clever, but it does take a lot of tuning. Makes for a pretty comfortable ride from what I've heard, but also have another third shock absorber. So I don't see this coming to normal markets for consumer cars. But in a high-end race car, or yeah, high-end performance car like the 1-to-1, you'd want something like that. All right. Let me see here. Did I get everything I wanted under here? That still isn't connected. Okay. You could use a spring too. the cylinder is just going to act just like a spring, air pressure that you have, and then that's how hard the spring will be. Okay, so I got this mirrored over to the other side. Just have to add a 15L beam in here, so I have another structural piece. And on the other side, I'll use wire to pull it out. Just get some of these pieces out from underneath. All right. So now I've mirrored that to the other side. Mirror this structural piece here. So now I'm going to run. How would I want to do that? I really need to redesign this wing. Yeah. I'm going to I did link won't send. That's probably one of YouTube's privacy features or whatever, security features, so that nobody spams links in chat. Can't really help you there. Just trying to figure out. Clever. I used my last two 5x7 frame pieces here. Stick them right. Where did I put them? Right there. One, 2, 3, 4. That's a 13. I'd have to bend that up. Maybe I can do it. One. Now I'll just do something really simple here. I also need to find my steering wheel. I have two of them. I just can't find either of them. Got to find them and stick them on there. Might be in here. Doesn't look. Oh, I do have a TV turntable. Didn't know that I had one of those. Okay, yeah, I was working on this part. How long will that be? 7, 8, 9. 9 to right here. I'm gonna have to replace that to give me something to attach to. I'm gonna turn this on again, play with the steering, just so I see just how much space I have. Yeah, and it would have to be the outer one. Or no, the inner one. It's a very tight space that I'm working with. I don't like it. Take that out, stick those in there. Could adding more structural stuff there. Either way, one of these is going to go here. This way. Should stick this through first. We'll use a couple of these here. Again, I have to play before the steering. I think I have just a little bit of playroom up there. These new servo motors, the servo motor is pretty cool. It's new to me, first model that I'm using with the actual Lego servo motor rather than using an M motor with the hockey spring. It's kind of nice. Let that one go up until. And I probably could just stop it there. And probably, let's see, what a 9 go right there. Stuck a 9 right there. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Getting somewhere. Sorry if the live stream is not too interesting today. We'll get there. It's a lot of just filling in the gaps, and right now I'm really trying to get this, get all these structural problems solved. so that bending like it was before. There's that. 6x6 would fit well. One of the pluses that I'm starting to see in doing these last is I know where the seats are going to be and how much space I need for the seats, pretty much. So I know that, so I can kind of work around that space, still have enough space for all these cabin features that I have. Yeah, that's a small plus of procrastinating. Okay, now I really have to figure out how to make this as strong as possible up here in the front. I think I might just use a bunch of these pieces. And for that, I'm going to take the door mechanism off, which gives me a good chance to redesign it. Kind of do. Seeing as the doors don't actually want to close all the way down, I can kind of adjust for that. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that real quick. So I want that to be up just a hair. Use a blue one. So this will kind of give me a little bit better chance to show some of you guys, if you're interested, in how exactly the door mechanism works. So this is all the way closed. Maybe I want it to be just a little bit up. Push the gears just right for this to work properly. Okay, so here's the door mechanism. Just kind of show you guys. So really it's just these two gears right here. That one's black, so it's kind of hard to see. But this gear is fixed to this link here, this black link. So that gear doesn't move, doesn't rotate relative to the link. When the link rotates, however, these gears relative to this piece, they turn. So as the door opens, this goes up, and as you can see, there's a little bit of play in here. That play in the door comes from, like if you look at this other door, that's without me moving the door linkage at all. So releasing some of that play allows me to kind of have a little bit better system here. One thing I did forget though is to add two pieces here, or two blue pins. So hopefully I can do this without tearing it all apart. Boop. Okay, so that opens as, yeah. So the reason I was actually taking this apart was so I could do it. Oh, it's the wrong way. just gonna use these dark gray pens everywhere. I've been using the black ones, the one that have one pin part and then two axle or two olive axle. If that makes sense. Been using those everywhere. So I figured I should start using some of these. I'm gonna have to lift the car up a bit. Oh yeah, that already feels a lot sturdier just by lifting it that much. Structural stuff that I can do here to kind of support it a little better. But for the most part, this is feeling much, much sturdier. Okay, that to the frame piece there too, and yeah, I'll do that. And sorry you guys can't see too much. Actually, here, let me grab the camera and show you guys a bit of what I'm doing here. So, show you right down in there. Maybe you can see it from there. So a lot of these black pieces down there being used to connect some stuff up. This is the door mechanism. And yeah, I'm really just relying on these beams to add a lot of structural stability. And as you can see, this C right here has been stripped of all its panels. That C still has a lot of its panels. Have you seen the new Technic sets yet? I've seen some very slight images floating around. Just a couple out of the corner of my eye. I haven't really, I'm kind of in a bit of a dark age. I'm surprised I'm building this much. We got university classes starting tomorrow, so I'll be kind of out of it for a while. But yeah, I've seen a couple images here and there of the new sets. I'm not really one to buy sets very often because I'm poor. Solid chance actually that I'll be borrowing money to get this this project done. Let's see, do I have room under there? No. Oh, it's all the way open. That doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, so I could replace this. Yeah, I hear you. I impulse bought a lot of sets once, so I went and bought the Aerox motorcycle. That's where I got these blue panels from one of the recent motorcycle sets, and like one or two other sets. I just impulse bought them all. So I had money burning a hole in my pocket. And I kind of wanted the Aerox set just so I can have the pneumatic cylinder. I could have went and just bought the cylinder alone, but I figured if I'm going to be making a white car, I might as well buy a white set. It's got a lot of those 62.4 by, oh gosh, I can't even remember the truck tires basically, and I've been wanting to build, or haven't had enough of those tires. 62.4 by 70S, those tires, yeah. But yeah, I've just got bags of unopened black pins lying around. bags of them from the sets. And I had to reorganize quite a bit of my Lego collection when I was parting those sets out. It was a lot. It's a lot of parts. Plus, I got a couple of new parts, got a handful of these new pins, which I used to think that I wouldn't ever need them. Now I'm using them all the time here. It's nice to buy a set every once in a while. I should turn this battery box off so it's not draining. Okay, so this needs to go. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to flip the cover for this part. So I am gonna do though is take this part of the door off. Just take that part of the dashboard off too. That just keeps falling off. Yeah, I remember back when I first started building with Mindstorms, actually, not of black pins, and even for quite a while after that, I just keep running out of black 2L pins, and now I'm at the point where I rarely run out of pin drawers, are pretty much always full, or about half full. That's where I like to keep them. Anything over about 3/4 that I dump out into a bag, and then once I'm building something, it usually drops down to around half. And right now I have 2 work in progresses, this being the main one, and then a lot of still sitting on my shelf. And I also have something really small. I built a little tripod for my phone, and that's just sitting up there on my shelf. So at this point, I'm just going to pull this out, take this mechanism apart so I can simplify this. So let's see if I have one of these in red. Oh, that's what this one. That's the problem. I'll just grab it here. Okay, and these 2 of these. There are actually a couple small touch-ups that I need to do on this back. So I'm thinking of taking it off and doing those touch-ups. But I might just save that for later. Because right now what I really need to do is finish up as much as I can and get to the point where I can place all my Bricklink orders. Yeah, it's going to be an adventure. Gonna probably spend an entire day just looking through Bricklink, trying to find the best seller, and like it always happens, you know. right. This inside one. I also need to, this part here, that's not secured at all. These aren't secured at all. Of course, I break the wing. Cool. I need to just break off all these fragile parts of the wing so we're left with just the main bulk of it. Yeah. Here we go. And that almost symmetrical here. It's going to be tough to get under there. Yeah, I think at this point I should just tip the mock over, or tip the model over. Honestly, I could probably just take this off, take this off. I'm just going to take the whole rear section, or rear body piece off right now, so I don't have to bother. Keep that in there so I don't lose any of that. Actually, I should keep that out for now. The struggle is real. Okay. Pull that out. Okay, I'll lift the whole rear section off. Undo those. There we go. So now we're kind of back down to more like chassis level. And yeah, there's a couple of pieces that I need to change up here, fill in some of these gaps that I left. But for the most part, this is the rear section. I'm going to just set all of these aside, all these body pieces aside, so I don't have them all in my workspace. Okay, so what I was going to do, flip this over. So that's what the underside looks like now. Got a lot of frame pieces going on here. Try and take these out, see what happens. Here, I need to add these. Some just fell off. Oh, it's just the wing. It's not attached to anything. The strings break off, I'm not too worried. Square that out. And just make sure that this front end is square too, or these pins here. Okay, that looks fairly good. Square that out too. Okay, so I should be able to add I got 2 of those. It's not. All right. So there's that. Out of the way. Actually, that's supposed to be 1 stud higher than it is. How far is it back here? 11. Twist. Okay, so we're getting pretty close. I have a solid white line running all the way across the bottom of the body. The chassis is actually off of those pins now, so I can. This is all suspension pretty much. It is still bending a bit. Let's see where. A bit of it's right here, and a bit of it's up front here too. So where can I run some stuff? Be a good indicator of where I can add structural numbers. I think right there, right here would be good. Just add triangles everywhere. It's really, I should step it back to there. It's like a half stud, but probably gonna go for the full stud there. And then, yeah, if I go for the full stud, I can run a 15L beam. Right now I'm gonna use a yellow one, but bam. Probably need something like this here, of course in white. Okay, let me actually do the small fixes on the rear of the one-to-one so I can put this back on there. So one of them was switching out this piece here for a red one. I was figuring out this. If what I'm seeing is right, it'd be a lot simpler than I thought. Cool. Don't have any of these. Don't have any more of these in white, unfortunately. Dark sixes, and I think that's exactly what I need. See if there's a good way. Yep, just detach that. Attach that so I can get a red one here. I'll continue throughout the entire bodywork. Okay, so that's there. Why is this here? So it's there. Oh, that's part of it. Okay. Figured it out. Really just trying to fill in this gap. Guess I'll just do something like that. And when that's all the way down there, perfect. This is looking great. So then I attach that there. Seven, 6. I'm really trying to see if I can add any more structural strength to this, because if you can look at, or pointing this at the screen rather than at the camera, and see this part, that's not very good. So what to do it. So these yellow pieces are actually supposed to be dark gray. And the reason why was because the one that's the kind of stock or the iconic one has orange and like dark gray or carbon fiber vents everywhere. The one that I'm modeling after has black and red, so these would actually be black. So I don't actually have to order any more pieces for this. I just have to swap these out for black ones. And I'll focus more on these later, because that's something that I can just do throughout the week when I have a break, not a lot of homework or something like that. Can just relax and change some pieces out. But for now, what I can do is, instead of having just one of these 3L straight or 3L half beams, I can make use one of these, add some structural strength to this. And that will need to go be the best place to attach that. Although I wonder if that's going to hit the wheel. Because if it is, then I shouldn't even bother. I think I'm safe. Just kind of mock it up here. It's kind of where it would go. That way, that way. And no, it wouldn't hit the wheel. That's what I like to hear. That's actually another option here. No, there's not much room there. Okay. Got more pieces to order. I think. Looks like I thought wrong. All right. Let me see if I can get this attached to something. Okay. There we go. That's a lot better. That just feels much sturdier in general. Yeah, these will all eventually be fully blacked out, but it's kind of what it looks like right now. Yeah, so I have to take this part off anyways to get that fixated. So let's go ahead and get working on it. And this time should be a lot easier because I already know what I'm doing for the most part. Some angle pieces to see what's up. And I also have to take this part off. What's that doing there? Why? That's why I love building symmetrically and not asymmetrically. Because sometimes you run into stuff like this and you're just like, why did I put that there? It's completely not a good spot for it at all. Let me take this part off, break another piece off. Mop this back up. So you can see. Okay, so that's not even touching the wheel yet. Or that's not even in the wheel area yet. So I could do something like that. Asymmetrical building. just gonna switch some parts out. Oh, not it. And break some parts off too. Because what's the fun in having a fully put together model that doesn't break? Okay. There. That goes right there. I literally just put the piece, or took a piece off and put it right back on. Signs are set up with a model. Okay, so here, right. That's why I can do that. Does it have two lipos? Yeah, it has a battery box for each side and battery box for each side of the car. Each of those has a receiver hooked up to the drive motor. So 12 wide, be a little bit wider than this. Give a little bit of room. I think. That was attached to that. Okay. Let's reattach this piece in the right spot. And I should probably take this apart and add the proper mounts here. And this side's going to be yellow. This goes in here, goes around that like that. This piece, both of these away. This is going to be towards the back. Yeah, because this all goes in like that. slowly getting there. For this entire stream, pretty much, and for yesterday and the day before. Just really want to get this model done before BrickCon so I can hopefully come back with an award. If not, whatever. Probably going to come back with some free Lego parts. Let me just check one of the BrickCon emails because I think I might need to register my mock by important information. Okay, so it closes on the 27th. All right, so I still have time to register my mock and all that kind of stuff. So this is all holding together a little better now. That isn't. And up here, does I want it up here? Goes right. Right there. All right, here we go. This did all the cosmetic fixes on here. In there. Now I can keep working on the bodywork, which is great because that's where we kind of see the most progress. Or where the progress is the most visible, at least. I mean, getting the chassis to not bend so much was the pretty visible achievement, but it doesn't really show much on the. This car doesn't really look like a Koenigsegg, I guess, because it sags a little bit less now. Okay, cool. Waiting assembly works. That's here. That actually lines up perfectly. A little bit hard to see, but I'm going to show you here. Those body panels line up really nicely. If I stick one of these here, maybe. That kind of adds that little scoop element to it. Might not fit too well with the general curve of the bodywork, but it should be okay. That is where we're at. And I think I'll actually need to go over this again. Because I'm going to lift this Bodywork up again. Well, it's not even attached yet. Huh. I could leave it kind of detached for now and then attach it once I'm done with all this corner bodywork, but I'd much rather have it in place. And let's get that other, there it is. The beams facing out at the ground. These ones right here. I think I might just leave them that way. I really don't like having a bunch of these holes facing the outside, but it fills in the holes, or yeah, at least there's something there. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I'll stick some tiles on them. I angled that like that. Let me just take a look. Got to reference a picture just to be safe. I could add a bit of tiles going on the very bottom row here, because there is kind of like a side skirt. It's a very small, very minor, but it would, I guess, it would make that look a little prettier. This beam is definitely going to have to be open though, if I do mount it there. Actually, that's right. I did want to change this part up a bit. So yeah, I'm probably gonna, that's actually a good point. I'll run tiles all the way along here. And then this part, I'll just hook this beam around so I can add a little bit of detail work. Yeah, so I will work on that. Thanks for 2x4 smooth plates. I'm not going to run it all the way across. I'll just run a thin like a bunch of 1x8s or something all the way along here. And I'll run a bunch of 1x8s along the bottom. And here, flip this beam around and use some plates here, or not plates, tiles, to add a little bit of accent color. Yeah, let's see how the door actually fits in now with the new mechanism. Well, with a slightly simpler one. It's not really too new. About 45 right now. There we go. The lack of slack kind of makes it hard to close. So that's how it would be positioned now. And it looks like I need to do a little bit of work there. But, ooh, yeah. Just that lack of slack in that, and up here. Just impossible almost to open and close the door. Don't know how I feel about that. Because on the one hand, it keeps the doors closed and it keeps them from flopping around everywhere. But on the other hand, just opening this door becomes so difficult. Because first you have to flip over that top piece here. Oof. And I think I just pulled out of that gear. Yeah, it's just such a tight fit now. I don't know which solution I like better. Might just bring 2 separate door mechanisms to BrickCon, and if people don't like one, I'll stick the other one on there. Okay, so let's just go back to working on this section here. Do I have 3x11 panels? Yeah, I do. What were you thinking of? I'm using one right here. Yeah, what are you thinking of doing with the 3x11s? And again, if I don't have something in a particular color, I could always order more of them. That's not, it's, I wouldn't say it's no big deal, but in this case, since this is a kind of special project, I'm fine with ordering parts. So I'm going to go ahead and figure out what kind of tiles I'm going to need for that. We got one white 1x8 tile, and that's really worn down. That's gross. Just grab a bunch of these yellow 1x8s. Some stuff to experiment with. Got a bunch of white 1x6s. It's nice. Some of them are a little bit more than the others. That should be enough. Got some 1x4s, 1x2s over here, and 1x1s. Get one there. Oop. Perfect. See, I know what I'd do is I'd use a 1x8 here, 3x11 curved. Fill the gap up here, you're saying? I was using this up here before. And the reason why I'm using two separate panels is this allows me to tilt this a little bit. Get a little change in angle. Next to the rear tire, oh, right here. I was using one of the wing pieces here. Tiny pieces in here. I just removed it because I had to use it to fill a gap elsewhere. But yeah, that's what's going to go in there eventually. There'll be something to fill the gap. The reason why I can't use a 3x11 curved panel is because of the shape of this grill. This, here, I'll kind of show you. So this, okay, this part right here protrudes an extra half stud because of that little, there. So I can't run one straight panel all the way back here, but I will use a tiny little wing piece here to go that way. Yeah, so that gap's already taken care of. This gap, however, isn't really taken care of too well yet, and that'll be a fun adventure. Yeah, so let's try off this little part here. above a place where you're putting the plates. Oh, and here, this gap right here, that's going to be an air intake. So this isn't actually a gap. There's a black panel right there. Black curved panel here. And I'm going to stick a white panel right here. Or one of these, sorry. Yeah, one of these is going to go right up there. And that gap will be filled. So this black panel is supposed to be here. And it kind of serves as the continuation of that air intake. Yeah. It's kind of hard to see because it looks like an empty void. But yeah. All right. So that does make it look a lot smoother. This is what I need for the other side. Once I do get around to that. Right, yeah. Okay. Move chairs over so I can more pieces that I have to order, yay. Now this part here, I think it's going to be my other drawer, which I'll have to find. Yes. Stick these on there. How far up can I move that? I have to run there. A little sticker there, just to kind of continue that red line. Okay, let me reattach these panels. So I think I figured out that that's going to be the line where it cuts off. This is, yeah, so I know what I have to work with. Okay, so this is all the way loose. Could probably be even looser. So when I lift this up, probably stop lifting it up by that and lift it up by, I don't know, these. Oop. Oh no, I stuck it in backwards. Okay, that gives me more access to. Looks like that's about how much I'll be able to do. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to grab a yellow one of these. Do want this to be somewhat sturdy, so stick that there. There's no good way to mount that, huh? Really trying to, again, make this as sturdy as possible. Yeah, stick one of these there. Just use a 2L beam. To be honest, I could run something like a 5L upwards, see where that goes, but really I don't think there's much else that I need to connect here. Oh, this does need a connection point, which I'll have to figure out at sometime soon, probably. Okay, make this as slim as possible so that when this gets attached here, just one more. It's probably overkill, but what else am I going to put there? This needs to get mounted somehow to that. To be fair, so this is going to have to be a little tricky to keep track of. Okay, so I'm going to use, what if I just keep it black? Yeah, I'll just use this. Okay, have to pull that out. Yeah, I should still keep these on here, actually. And I was going to see about using the red. Don't think that's going to work out too well, unfortunately. Let me take a look at a picture to get a better idea. So if I were to use some kind of accent line, it would have to go all the way back across that. I mean, the one that I'm modeling after anyways doesn't have any accents over there. So it does kind of slope up, but that's what this is gonna help out with. I guess I should maybe stick a little black 1x2 tile on here. Okay, figured it out. So that's where that's gonna go. That's gonna stick in right there. This is eventually gonna be white. Attached somehow. It's about as much as I can say. So maybe if instead of running something like that, let me switch back to chat so I can yours. Cool. Yeah, keep going. Okay. Mount this piece right here, because that would just kind of solidify all this. Where did I say that black line is going to start? Here's another one of those black winglet pieces. And honestly, I'd rather just keep all this here. Do have a bunch of these, so I could do something with those. Do something like this. Right on top of it, be white. Yeah. I should turn that off. Fill in that little gap in the door. Now looking at how to mount this. I don't think they even have any white 1x2 plates. So if I do something like this, and where are those little pin connectors? There they are. We'll see how close I can get that in there. Cool that the side intake here is actually kind of feeding air, quote unquote, to the motors. Like the intake ends up right where the motors are. So if the motors were getting hot and if this car was going fast enough to actually have proper air, and this little air intake was designed a little better, could probably have some decent cooling of the motors. So that's actually kind of working not bad at all. And should I drop this down? Yeah, I guess I will. Bam. We should probably keep this as black, because technically there should be like a little line here that's and there is another option though, which I should probably explore. It's the time 3:41. This live stream is moving a little slower than some of the previous live streams have been, but I am doing a lot more slow thinking today. I'm also a little tired, so also dreading university classes tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. Let me just check a couple things. And I should definitely take a look at a picture. So this does, ideally this would be entirely flat. Black electrical tape as a sticker. This does need to be stabilized somehow too. Somehow being the keyword. So is there enough room in there for a, that's my phone, use that as a flashlight. It definitely is. Although, well, yeah, that looks backwards, so good on that. I really do need to make an engine prop or a little hood prop for this. Because some people at the convention will probably want to see it with the hood open and the doors open and all that kind of stuff. That can be a good way to display it too. Okay. About 5 from there. Yeah, that'll work. That will do it. I'll rotate this way. Go ahead and pull this whole assembly out just to get a better idea what I'm doing. And I'll need to detach that and detach that. And maybe even detach that. Hey, you're the only viewer right now. Managed to squeeze in a little bit of extra bracing in here. Actually, I think I'll be able to make this even sturdier here using some of these. What does this end up being? Okay, further on down there. All right, cool. So I won't interfere with that at all. Right, I was gonna attach that part needed to get attached in there too. Can I sneak it in there without taking apart half the model? That's kind of the solution I've come up with. that's secure. I also need. Do I want to use a 1x2 or do I just want to use one that I want? Yeah, 1x2. Kind of give this something to sit on when it's closed. Come on. It's very finicky. Sit on that, and when we drop this down back in here, boom. And this, of course, is still not secured well. Need to work on that. So here's what we have. Wait for it to. There we go. Very clunky solution, but as soon as we get all these parts in the right color, it'll look way better. Will be able to see something there? Yeah, it's a little tough to see. Looks great in person, I can tell you that much. So I think before I go off to copy this onto the other side, I'm going to finish the sole wheel arch area. So I'm thinking if I did something like that, the number 3 connector sticking out here. Something like that. It's a little high up. Nope, that popped out. But if it was maybe a little bit lower. That wouldn't be too bad. Does leave a little gray piece sticking out here. Unless there's a white 3L axle that nobody uses. Parts. Technic axle. Axle 3. And white. Nice. They're all abroad though. Yeah. And one home costs as high as almost $9 just for one little axle. It's ridiculous. I wonder if they have the wrong piece, wrong click. Get a bushing. There you go. In white, 12,000. Yeah, I'm gonna find somebody in the USA. They're way cheaper. So theoretically, I could use a couple of white bushings here just to make all this part work. That's the model all done, or at least most of the side part of the model all done. So, okay, I will go ahead and just do that. I do actually need to, I'll just go ahead and take the door out. Oop, too soon. Take the door out. Make that a 3 pin. And where did I stick that? There it is. There is a little bit of work that I could do on the front too. Just realizing that there's a nice little fix just happening around that area. That won't really work too well. Every time I open this and try to close it again, that'll rotate with it. That's nice. Classic. There really isn't a good way for me to fill that in. Unless there's some white. This is my problem. I'm gonna end up Technique pin. And it's gonna be a 3L with a stop bush. And they do have those in white. A couple sellers in the USA. This is going to be fun tomorrow, me having to go through all these parts and see which parts I need to buy, which parts I can just leave alone. Honestly, I feel like that just looks perfectly fine as it is. With that tiny little gap there, it's not that big of a deal. Could be much, much worse. Put it that way. Okay, but that's in. This side, pretty much done. Now what I'm probably going to do is just focus on mirroring this onto the other side, and then after that, work on tightening up the rear. And at that point, it should be done. I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, aside from maybe redesigning the wing so that it's a lot sturdier, yeah, which I might do. But yeah, at that point, this model is basically done. And I think the reason why, yes, the suspension is actually compressing, so that's why ride height is only one step. It's not the chassis bending this time. Yeah, that's solid. I love this. This is great. Yeah, after that, it's just, you know, tidying up these pieces, making a master list of parts that I need to order off of BrickLink, starting to tally up all the BrickLink costs. All right. This is exciting. Yeah, so I'm going to focus on copying this over to the other side now. How should I do that? Or what I should do is just tidy up my work area here real quick. These part spins away. Don't have as much cluttering in my space. This is important, so I'll keep that up here. The wing pieces and such. Let's go back up here. These are going to line the bottom, so I'll keep that up here. This pump I should keep around. That's our little jack. These are all mostly scraps. So I'll move all the scraps over to here. Put these parts back too. We'll need one of these. Okay. Let's get this done. Move all these parts over to here. Move the car over so I can access both sides at the same time. Move the camera over to the other side so you guys can see what I'm doing. Might need to move the wire. In a second. Just move the wire. Run the wire behind this pole so I can deal with it. And can I still go there? Yes, I can. But should I? Something like right here. So you guys can see yourselves up here. Now I will go ahead and grab something like this box here. Put the camera on the box. Looking down at the model here. Close enough. So let's open up the rear. Use a little stand for that again. Again, that's one of the things that I could probably work on doing. So, a way to just keep this up here. While it's on display or whatnot. Okay, so got to copy all that stuff that I did on this side over to here. Zero mistakes. It's going to go right here. No, it's going to be one of the 9s that I don't have anymore. So, the other ones in a separate drawer. Also open the window so you guys get a bit more light. Let's see. There we go. A bit more light on this side so you can see what's going on. Okay, let's go. Copy all of this over. Really, I should change this up too. Should have just done it right the first time. Stick them back here. Yeah, I did. I'm actually really surprised at how clean this engine bay has stayed. Considering that there's wires for 4 motors going in here, receivers, there's quite a bit of, or quite a couple of wires in here, and it's just 2 little lines of wires going down each side and a little wire in the middle, pneumatic tube. For the most part, it's pretty clean. Little shocks or something like that to pop out here, that'll be nice. But okay, let's get this done. Where are all these plates that I had here? In the front here we have a 6. There's 15 yellow one because I need to order some white ones. Skip, yeah, skip 5-1. Stick that in here. Is that really how it fits? Did I attach this wrong? What am I doing? What am I doing wrong? Something doesn't seem right. It's being pushed back. Oh no, it's supposed to be like that. There you go. Okay. This white one. Where's the other one? It's attached here and here. I think it's at this point that I attach. Yep, one of these. I'm getting excited because it's getting really close to being done. Really, yeah, all I have left is the back side of the bodywork, and Bricklink order time. I'll be spending a lot of money on shipping to get it here before BrickCon, or BrickCon. That's what I'm going for, right? Okay, so this is going to go right there. This wire. Ooh, this one's going to be a tight fit. Tight squeeze. Will it fit? Will it fit? If I run it through there. It still works. I have one receiver break on me just because the wire, the place where the wire connected to the plug is just shoddy. That goes there. Gets attached to a beam going down. This. That'll go right there. And on the end here, attach a couple of these. All right, and now I take these. This is where this one goes. There's also one that I stick on the end here. And that one's going to be yellow. Sticking that right there. Right on the end here. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Aside from the fact that this goes on last, because I do need to attach something in here. Okay, just have to add this piece. And one of those axle joiners. Okay, that's there, that's there. It's all connected. Perfect. Everything here mostly symmetrical. Really, I should replace these because these are all, I don't know if you can see that detail, but it's very worn down. Place. Just buy new ones of these. Those are fine. That one and that one. just toss those in the scraps bin. Cool. So that's that. Front end is on. This needs to be connected in there. Make sure that's in there. That's that. Cool. This is exciting. This does not look the same because wonderful things he does. Okay. Before I forget, stick another one of those in there. And remember to order more of these. Great. Oh, yeah. Right, that's missing. I'm going to stick some little pins in there just to remind myself that something does go there. Okay. So I think at this point I can just safely say that I can lower this down. We're good. Almost for good. Oop. Broke that part off again, of course. Frustrating. It's this tiniest little piece. Something. I was kind of joking, and I think yesterday's live stream might have been the day before that I should build Sheepo's car lift so I can work on my car. Maybe build my own. Yeah, build a car lift so I can just jack this up and work on the underside of the car and not have to bother too much. Okay, so time to work on the rear end of the car. This is going to be slightly tough. It's definitely going to be challenging. Hold on. Is there room for something like that? I mean, really only one connection point for that. So it does go right there. There's a little black stripe there. And I may add a little sticker to here. Same thing on the other side. And we can move on from this section of the car. So I think I can actually put all the body panels back on now too. So like things like the doors can go back on. Which door? This is the left door. Come on, just get in there. I think I will eventually end up switching back to the whole door mechanism because A, I have space for it. So there's no problem. There's no space constraints on having that door mechanism. Because it's so loose, it's really nice to just pull open, just kind of pull it out and still have it lock that same position, and then you can kind of rotate it up and down. It's just much nicer, and it slides in here a lot nicer too. Yep. Just have to, there's so much effort required to do something simple like this, like close a door. I never thought that closing a door would be so difficult. I just break off part of the front. Splitter. Hope not. Nope, all still intact. All right, let's kind of take a good look at this car. Where it comes it. Hi, that's my face. So this is where it stands now. Oh, darn damn. Wow. Get this part out of the way. That part out of the way. Aside from this janky wing. If this thing was completely the right color right now, it would look spot on. I hope. That's kind of the goal. Rear end cranked out so that I can start making the parts list for all the things that I need to buy. Yeah, this looks happy right now. Really happy with how this is all turning out. What do you say, or one viewer? How do you think this looks? I was mentioning before, there's a little bit of work I can do around the front end. Oops, sorry, blocking your camera. Work I can do around here just to make more stable. This is really, 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 really exciting. Let's get the rear end done, huh? Let's get those back up there. Let's get that back up there. This is, I'm just going to take a quick little break, try to find a steering wheel, because I know it's in my parts bin somewhere. I just have to find exactly which drawer it's in. It's going to be any of these. One pieces, disc pieces. Oops, there they are. Found them. Found my steering wheels. Now I can replace this with a proper steering wheel. So I can open this door. I really need to change that door mechanism out, but that's something that I can just do in my own time. Come on, this could just work nicely. That would be so great. I also think that I should fill this in with something. Exactly, who knows? Yeah, there's just like this little roof gap area here. Oh, yeah. Let me see what one of these tiny little wing panels would look like in here. Without that part. Without this little mounting pin. This wouldn't look too good down there, but no, this is not okay. I need tweezers. Tweezers. There we go. No, that's not messed up. they should have kept this mounting panel on there. Let's say right here. That would fit really nicely right there. Okay. So that can fill that gap. I think earlier on, I was experimenting with sticking one of these, the other side's wing piece, in there too. Really just need to have a couple of these lying around so I can be like, hey, will this work here? Yeah, okay. Then I'm just going to leave it. But yeah, that's a place that I should really keep those there. This is the other side. So I could mount it here. Kind of close that bit out. Make for a nice and solid transition. Yeah, definitely going to have to order more of these. So many. There's so many that I need to order. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'm going to stick this one in here for now. That was going to be on this bit right here. The rest of this, I'm going to have to damn, look at that. If you guys can see this a little better. Those two pieces right there. Just kind of really cleaning this line up. Let's give you guys a nice good. That's current form. Again, the wing needs to be redone. I think I definitely will redo it. Also a couple of axles that I need to stick in here. Just so I remember. So let's say I stuck one of these in here. I'm just using tweezers so that I don't have to actually attach a pin to there. Stick that in there. And this would obviously be black, or this would be black. Not too obvious. This would be black. I could stick another one of these in here. Since I'm ordering some of them, I might as well order a load of them. Stick that right up there. Would have to be fairly far back in there. That could be a possibility, though. For that, yeah. Let me take this panel off here. Take that off. Oof. Yeah, I do have a bunch of these left in black. Small detail work. I really should just move right onto the back side so I can get this done. But if I'm going to be going to, like right now, if I didn't do this detail and thought about this later, I have to order 2 more pairs of wings, and that could get here. 0 viewers. Solid. Of course. Have to be even further in. Thankfully, there's no clearance issues or anything like that. And I'm going to use this thing again. I was hoping I wouldn't have to, but made me do it. Definitely use that inside pin right there. Let's see. So this is still on here. Okay. Do that. Take these pins. Stick the pin through here. Come on. Let's go around the hole. Got a bunch of hair in my face too. Just brush some of that out. All right, there we go. All that trouble just to stick a little bionicle tooth in one tiny little spot. Fair. Doesn't quite solve all of my problems. Quote unquote problems. Actually, let me see. This really gets a lot of it. Stick that bionicle tooth in here. Should have stuck it in before I put the panel back on. Nobody's watching. That would be super sad if I did that. Although, nope. Yeah. Okay. So 2 things that I figured out. One of them being that this needs to be a 3/0 axle with a bushing on it. So that's nicer. I do need some sort of way to secure this. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So this all attaches by the 7L beam, if I'm not mistaken. Perfect. So now this should be able to do some detail work. Okay, that's there. That'll be where a panel attaches eventually. Stick these right. Come on. There we go. And that'll be where a panel attaches eventually. So just pull the panel off. So it's just the window area, so that can be black. Bam, and connect that up there. Ends up a little better now, right? Yeah, definitely does. Now the panel there, that'll eventually be black. And then a panel in here that's going to be white. Okay, just got to copy this tiny little detail over to the other side. And it's probably why I lost all my viewers, because I'm starting working on all these tiny little details. The car's mostly done, so if I stick around and watch the rest of it, yeah. Kidding aside, this is getting really cool. Really excited for this. Oop, oh, I just rolled over a piece. That's what. I thought I broke something. You know, the suspension could use a bit of a pump. Right now, you'll see these red little bushings. Nobody's watching. Okay, these red little bushings. Those are the bump stops. If I raised up the suspension, this is where it should be. Right now, it's here because of the weight of the car. It's getting heavy. Padded chassis. This was so responsive and nice and light. Everything. Now it's all just weighed down. But hey, it works. It still bounces back a little bit. Once this is pressurized, it'll be perfect. Front suspension works. Actually, a torsion bar suspension system, because I literally could not fit springs under there. Okay. So I just got to copy this tiny little detail over here now. So I figured out, welcome to our new viewers, I guess. Figured out that I need to order more panels because I decided to fill in this little gap here with some panels. And so once I get all this taken care of, move over and finally finish this tiny little like quarter panel, I guess it would be. It's not even a quarter panel, it's like an 1/8 or a 16th panel because it's so small here. It's just edge of the diffuser all the way to the tires and that all the way up to about this line here. It's really small amount. It's just going to take me maybe a couple of panels and some lift arms and just making sure it positions really well. It's going to be ordering time. It's time to order a whole lot of parts from Bricklink. Some sellers are really going to love me. So I'll be paying for that kind of stuff because I do need it. Do need to get all this stuff in here fast. Okay, so let me get this detail copied over. Take this part off. Okay, taking that part off so I can get access to that. Be the rear one. Some of these brakes are really squeaky out there. Of course, I already did that. I'm doing this all backwards. And this needs to be a 3-0 with a half bushing in there. And before I stick that on there, remove that. So I can get a cross block in here. Okay, that would be going there. Back here. What else is there to do in here? Oh yeah, I just need to add. Boom, done. Okay, this can all be put back together. Okay, that tiny little detail should be all done. That's put in place. This can be removed. Oh no, broke a wing support off. settled there. That's about right. In case I do need to open this up again, since it's as low as possible so that it's easier to bend these together to pop them out. Yeah, that's symmetrical now. Now we get to work on the rear. And I will go ahead and just rotate this car around so we can both see the back end of it. And while I'm at it, might as well open this up, power that on, and raise the wing up. So I have a better idea of what we're working with. So this area is the area that I'm working on right now. The last little bit. And for that, we need to get a picture of the Koenigsegg rear end up. Koenigsegg rear end. And see what the distance between these two is. It's 18. Each of these is 3.5 wide. And whoop, clear the last two measurements. Now 0.8 tall. This gap is about what I expected it to be. These are 18 apart. Okay, a little bit of a better idea of what I'm working with now. I can open up the chat again, keep an eye on you guys. If you have any questions. Sure, a second for those. Here it is. So this could pretty much go right here. The camera side. That would go right there if it was white. Pretty much work really, really well. This part up. I pressurized the pneumatic cylinder so we could actually see the proper ride height and all that. I said that. Oh, damn, it's over there. All right. And make sure that that's directed towards me. Okay, there you go. There's proper ride height. Center of that valve. Could add a bump stop in there so that it doesn't overdo itself. But now it turns back to the proper ride height. We are I do need to definitely going to change up these this door mechanism to the old one. Okay. So now I have to figure out how I'm going to mount this. Was it here? So the diffuser actually ends right about here. So this is a little short. trying to figure out what exactly I can do down there. That could be good. Stick a couple 1x4 plates down there. So any cleaner. Let's keep that up here with my short supply of white parts. Actually, really what I should do is, a bunch of tiny little gaps around there, which I don't like. What did I say that was? 18. So 1.5 past this is where it's around. So yeah, it sounds about right. Figured it out. Stick a couple of these back here. If I can do this without breaking anything. Done. Stick something like this here. Really could pull this diffuser off, this section of the diffuser off at least, just to kind of get better access to everything. Maybe I can't. So nice and perfect in here. I just had to ruin it. It's too nice, too perfect. Is it facing the other way? It's on the other side, that's why. Okay. So I should use 1x3. Were there 3 bits or just 2? Just 2. I should probably just leave that alone, to be honest. So I need to figure out how to mount it. Yeah. Something here for this side of the diffuser. One of these. Hard to show without blocking the camera. So like that. Diffuser done. Mount that, and then also mount this right next to it, and at an angle. Is there anything I can mount up to? This is what, 3. There's 2 studs in here. Right, let me see how far away this little light piece is from the ground. 5. 7-ish, so that's 5.5 or 6.5. 7 numbers. Light piece and thinking about including it. I'm also thinking about using another set of wings, tiny little wings. All right, let me open the chat so you guys can interact. So it starts what, 5.5 from the bottom, so that's 3.5. Do we have any of these in white? Do they exist in white? Probably. Let me see. Again, Bricklink parts catalog. Lift arm. 20 by 5 with the curve. Does this exist in white? Yes, it does. 320 lots. We should be able to find something. If that's the way I want to go with this. Right, let's do something simple like another one of these. Oh yeah, this way I can't model this little tiny light piece in here, which honestly I don't really care too much about. This was kind of where I wanted it to go. I actually wanted to offset in that too, so I could use one of those. Yeah, definitely. Boop, boop. Check the chat. Nothing's happening. Awesome. Just what I want to see. Really what I should do on the side here is just have one of these coming out right there. Of course, it's going to be in white. And have the little panel attached to that. Okay. Even better idea right there. There really isn't a way for me to attach this properly. Although there might be a way for me to do that. This is getting really, really cool. So excited. There we go. There we go. There we go. There's one. There's two. Try to see some one connectors here because the diffuser is probably going to stick out to there. I can know that order. I'm already going to be ordering a couple of these. So just kind of make that where the diffuser ends. Bam, right there. Oh yeah, let me take a look at the back end of the Koenigsegg because that diffuser might just be square at the end there. Less angled. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely a lot more square. It doesn't kind of go in as far, so don't need as much of an angle here. Little pieces. So that'll go there-ish. Yeah. Yeah, that's really what should be going on there. I should also check the other side because the other side might not be consistent. Actually, that's all attached to. Well, that ruins that plan. I'm just going to attach this to the top section of the bodywork, which is not something that I would want to do. That again. Cool. Nobody's talking. I wish you guys could see it from this side because it just looks awesome. Let's see. I think I'm going to prop this back open. How far can it go without blowing off? That's not bad. Okay. How much more is that? 3 studs. That's how much wider? 2. these down here. Actually, just even instead of this singular cross piece. Ooh, that would take so much to undo. Not really, actually. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Doing a little bit of verification here so I can. Wrong kind of connector. And yes, that can definitely save time. Sit down. Yeah, it's still 15 wide-ish. And this will go right here. Perfect. That slides right in there. Pull back on those. Yeah, that's actually really close. I don't like that. No, I don't. Sam, I am. That's Sam, I am. I do not like green eggs in here. It's about that point in the stream where I go delusional, or in the project at least, I go delusional, start reading off children's stories. Really what I should do is just detach all that, but I can actually work around that. But is that the way I want to do it? I have like 3 of these little black axles with a pin on one end. There's 3 of them left, and here go 2 of them. And I almost dropped one last time. Okay, so I'll just fasten back up in there. And broke that part off again. All right. So now I have some mounting points that are right by the wheels. So when the car is going forward, it's going to pull. Yeah, it's going to toe in. So it's not actually going to hit that one. It's going backwards. It might rub up against that a little bit. That shouldn't be an issue. Of course, this needs to be offset one. Actually, come on. If I line this up properly. Doesn't need to be offset by 1 step. Can work around it. I'm going to see if I can attach the little diffuser bit to that hole right there. The other thing I should do is make sure this doesn't spin around. Just a sec. Three on B. There's a little bit of a gap there. Not an issue. I totally fill that up with a plate and a cheese slope. But now I have to take care of the diffuser. Which might need to be quite long. Okay. This diffuser bit's gonna be a lot more square, but I think I should still tilt it a little bit. Bring it all the way down here. Easiest for me to just have a square end of that diffuser. Yeah, and I mean, need to use a 2x6 for that. Gotta get more plates. I think hopefully I have two of these because that goes in the interior. I can go in the interior later. It's one 2x6. Maybe stick these in the interior. Hope I didn't just break something, because that's what it sounded like. And I just took a plate out. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm totally not showing what I'm doing on camera. Basically just sticking these in the footwells so that looks a little bit more finished. Yeah, you can totally fill the bottom of the plates and stuff. Just to make the floor completely solid. I'm just probably going to go as far as to put these in. There's no big, huge gaping hole. There's just a bunch of small gaping holes. That up. That's where it belongs. Again, gotta adjust that door mechanism. Okay, this half's attached. This part. How low is that? Quite low. How low can you go? I think I had 3 fingers left. I was just about to say there's a solid chance I have 2 of them, and I do have 2 of them. All right, perfect. So that's what that looks like. Not the cleanest, but it definitely finishes up the model nicely. So then the last thing that I have to do, stick a, maybe there's another way for me to do this, who knows? I'm gonna have to steal this panel again. Sorry, I'm always doing things. This is back. Yes. So there's that side of the chassis done. This I really want this to go right here, because that would just go and clean up the chassis, or clean up this. But there really is no good way for me to mount this. Let me actually take a look at this, because I'm just showing everything to you guys right now. So, and yeah, part of the exhaust pipe is broken off. I do realize that. What if I just stuck one of these here? Maybe not even one of these, maybe like a 2x4 or something. I really want this to taper up, so there really should be something behind here. But there's no good way for me to mount this. It's really clean. I'm very proud of that. Stick something right back here. So this would be right there. I wish I did this a little bit differently. Because I don't think I can. Actually, I could do it differently. This is all getting, it's getting very close to being done. I think I should have this done within the next half hour. Then I'll get to the very fun part of bricklinking all my parts. Let me just take a quick little break here. Okay. I definitely want to redo this mounting point. this out. So I think the way I'm going to do this, just have one of these attached here, so I can finish off the diffuser and just be done with it right now. Okay, so there's the diffuser, done. Cool. Figure out how I wanted to do this part. Could have sworn I just had this brilliant idea just 2 seconds ago, and now it's all gone. So let's see if that's there. Technically, I only have 4 studs to work with. But I want this to be at a 4.5. That's really my only way of doing it. Put this left, do a couple more of those pieces. We are getting there. A lot of parts to order. Yeah, we'll need to take this wheel off. This is quite a heavy model now. All right. Yeah, okay, so this will go in here. Might as well run a 3. Like that. So that's there. Now it's 4 through that, through that. That does not look smooth at all. Maybe with a wheel on it, it'll look a little better. I'm hoping. Maybe when it's all white, it'll look better. Let me see if I can just remove this real quick and close the back side of it. Come on. Always get stuck on something. No, it's stuck on these. Okay. I had a feeling something like that would happen. But okay, so the whole mounting solution for this is not going to work. So scratch that whole getting done in half an hour part. It'd be nice to see it. I mean, that might not look too bad, to be honest. So this hole, I was going to use double bent L-beams here, and that's what I've been using. Scratching that idea entirely. Is there space down there that I can't see? Let's see. Stick that under there. Oh, this is such a. This is just getting really frustrating at this point. What are you gonna do? Okay, let's see if I can still maybe fit something under here. Just stick that in there. So. Okay, so there's a bunch of wires running around there. I really don't want to be bending these wires out of the way, even though I already am quite a bit. So if there was a way for me to, I would totally not be against that. That's another option. There isn't a lot I can show you guys. Yeah, so many wires. Here, so that's the same position as it was before. Right, okay. I actually really like the way this looked all flush. This is just really close to the tire, and I don't like that. I don't have to do quite a bit to move that over, but it might be worth it. And to be fair, when it's driving, it's going to be towing in, so I'm not too worried about the prospect of it. Yeah, go ahead and do that. All right, let's get this done. Bam. Stick another one of these in here. I'll do it the other way. Come on. I'm just going to get rid of this thing here. Okay, so that's 30 now. Stick that in there. No, wrong side. This needs, this is on the side, right? Yeah. I'm gonna stick one of these. Should be using a double. At this point, shouldn't really matter too much. Excellent. Yeah. Then I'm going to use just a couple. 1, 2. Okay, that's one side done. I also should have stuck all this on before. Okay, then this goes in here. And everybody's happy because this part is done. And now you guys get to see me. Ooh, just lifting it up by here is, yeah, it's a lot of weight. There we go. Okay, this side is done. Time for that side. I really want to be able to show you guys what this looks like. So I think what I'm going to do is rotate the entire car around, put the camera over there somewhere, and then I can work on this side while you guys look at the beauty of this side. It actually looks pretty ugly right now, but once this is all done in white, it'll be perfect. Okay, let's rotate the car. Or first, I'm going to move the camera. Set the camera up here. Put the wire up here too. Rotate. Glamour shot, glamour shot, glamour shot, glamour shot, glamour shot. Just a second while I reattach this frustrating little piece. So at least that part of the back end is still on. Okay, continue rotating. I'm going to stick this back on here just because this wheel falling off has been frustrating me. That's tight in there. Bam. Still kind of looks like a mess. Like a clown puked on my car. I'm gonna have to redo that too. Yay! More work for victory. Alright, let's take a look at all this. Pull that out. Do I want to just stick an element in there just so it looks a little nicer? little cleaner. Sure, why not? Okay, removing this part. Oh, come on. This one's being frustrating too. Okay. Some of the again. So I do need to access quite a bit more of it. Oh no, this piece every time. Every time it's always that piece. Just learn to live by the chassis, not by the. Probably is a nice way for me to redo this whole part. So it doesn't fall off every single time I go to pick it up. I'll go ahead and do that now. Actually, I have, there we go. Stick that on there, that on there, that on there. Right? Or was it? How did I even have this part done? I think it was like this. And it was like this. It was this here. Yeah. And I thought I had a white piece. There we go. Although, yeah, this one is being saved for that. So I'll stick. Actually, yeah, I'll flip these two around. So it'll be a lot sturdier. That's going to be white eventually. Perfect. Come on, I'm so close. Please don't give me any more troubles. Okay. More of these. I'm going to still have clearance on that side. Hope that's not what happened on that side either. Nope, that's still flush on that side. And here. Line that up perfectly. Stick that right in there. Okay. Now I have to build another one of these sections for the other side. Idea what it's going to look like, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. All right, here goes. Yeah, I know that I'm going to be using, that's a 4. That actually goes inside the cabin. I should reattach that. Just don't forget about this, Victor. Don't forget. Never forget. Stick this over with my other parts. But I still need to put back on the car. All right. And these 3 connector is going down to a So it's going to be like this. And okay. One of these, one of these. This will go into these. Yeah, that's right there. Another one. Oh, wrong holes. There we go. And here, a couple of these. One of these is going to be and that's going to connect up to this. And it definitely sounds away from here. Another yellow one. Almost done. Stick one on there. And one more piece to go here. Okay, now I should be able to put the wheel back on. Let's take that on too. Also, kind of hold that universal joint in place so things goes through. Okay, pulling this out now. So, now I should be able to. All right, who's ready for that? Bam, it all fits. That's a little sloppy, so I can tighten that up. But my oh my, that looks gorgeous. So a little couple of things to tidy up here and there. That's a good question. Are they white? Technic connector. Just a standard pin connector. Come on. Or axle joiner. There we go. Not in white? No. Why would you do that? You do have these in white. So these are an alternative. Oh, that needs to be black anyways. Boom. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to tidy up a couple of things. Make everything look pretty. Yeah, and I think there isn't too much I can do here. Yeah, there's a bit I could do, probably. But man, this car looks good. There we go. And yeah, I'll go ahead and figure this bit out. That definitely ties that in a lot better. Let's see. So from the back, kind of up here, or this is the view that I have right now. My view right now. I think it does look kind of lopsided. Let's figure out where exactly, or what exactly is the cause of that. Oh yeah, this thing still has that thing on there. So I can maybe just break that off and hope it falls through. Don't fall through, do it. Just come on, buddy. Okay, so let me reattach the wing, just so we kind of have an idea of what this all looks like. Perfect. That part could use one of these. I should really just pull this. Should I pull it out? Nah, I can do it. Just finish that off. Come on. Let's go in. Yeah, I'll tidy that up a little bit. I mean, it really does look really nice. I just have to get the right color pieces and this model will be complete. The only thing I don't like is this little hole right here. And I'm going to see what I can do about that. Do I have any white cheese? Oops. I hope I do. Got some white double cheese slopes. So that could definitely improve it right there. This line here. Not all that would fit. Yeah, I could do that. So I need to order some more of these. Go some red. So 2, 3. We're almost done. At least for today. Yeah, I'm probably not going to live stream anymore to BrickCon. Just gonna bust out all the Bricklink orders in a day. Get all that settled so it's off my mind. Let me just pull that out. I wanted to do that. This is going to be in white. That would be one way to do it. Yeah, there's just a couple tiny little details that are left to do, and really all that is going to come with the Bricklink order. It's almost 6, so yeah, I said half an hour. I'm pretty about that. It's basically been, since I said, yeah, I could totally get this done in half an hour. It's been about half an hour since then. And that filled in some of those gaps. Exciting. Oh, wrong way. That way, that way. Come on. Just totally, this keeps breaking off. I mean, I don't blame it because it's attached just by that, but come on, dude. You can do better than that. There, I can minimize on some of these here, I think. Now that I'm adding this whole shebang, but I will keep it anyways. I think when I'm reattaching this, take that bit off. I should use something like tweezers backwards. Come on, go in. Okay. Let's see how far that one goes in. Basically that much. It's about where you want it to be. Otherwise you start to run into other pieces. Okay, so that's there. Can I rotate this just a little bit? Yes, I can. Careful with these. Like you've seen in this live stream alone, these things break off quite a bit. Hopefully that will fix a bit. And all right, last little piece. That'll go there. This time it will order some Lego bricks. Can't really look that tilted up. It's probably just a wide angle. Yeah, okay, here we go. This is the car is basically done. I just gotta order a bunch of Bricklink parts. So many. Yeah. Thanks to everyone for watching the live stream. This thing is done. So for me, my task list is order parts from Bricklink, fix a couple of really tiny things, maybe redesign the wing. Yeah, for that I'm really just gonna strengthen it. The shape of the wing isn't gonna change too much. It's just gonna maybe get thicker in some parts. Order a bunch of parts, fix that, switch the door mechanism back to the old mechanism. Pray that the parts arrive on time. And yeah, really surprised that I finished this model. All right, thanks everyone again for all your support. And this is the end of the broadcast.